Good evening. Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the Belton ISD Board of Trustees meeting. Tonight's student showcase features the Penguin Project, a beloved Belton ISD tradition made possible by the vision of our Board of Trustees. Now, in its third year, this inclusive theater program gives students with disabilities the chance to shine in a full-scale musical supported by peer mentors. What began with Annie Jr. and 35 students has grown to more than 90 participants in this year's Shrek Jr. the musical. Over 4 months of rehearsals and joyful performances, students built confidence, friendships, and unforgettable memories. As the program reminds us, our penguins may not be able to fly, but that doesn't stop their spirits from soaring. Please enjoy a special selection from Shrek the Musical Jr. and Don't Stop Believin', their theme song. Please make some noise for the Penguin Project.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Welcome to a packed house. Thank you for joining us this evening and for your interest in Belton ISD. Our showcase this evening was our students from the Penguin Project. Let's give them another big round of applause, if you will. The time is 6:17 p.m. and the Belton Independent School District Board of Trustees are now convened in a regular board meeting on Monday, May the 12th, 2025, at the Pittenger Fine Arts Center located at 400 North Wall Street in Belton, Texas. A quorum of board members is present. This meeting has been duly called. The notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. I want to welcome the members of our audience and our live stream viewers to this meeting. As the Belton ISD Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, listen to reports from the superintendent, approve budgets, contracts, personal appointments, and make policy for the district. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees held in public. However, it is not a public meeting. Prior to this meeting, board members received information related to items on tonight's agenda. Agenda items may not necessarily be handled in the order listed on the notice. This meeting is open to all who wish to attend and hear the matters discussed. These proceedings are being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel and will be available for review in the days following tonight's meeting. For the video to adequately reflect the proceedings, I respectfully request that you please refrain from talking while others are speaking and that cell phones are in the silent mode. If you would, please rise for a moment of silent prayer or meditation. If you would, please remain standing as our kids from Belton Early Childhood lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and honors to the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to
the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please be seated.
Okay, that was awesome.
Okay, the first item on the agenda this evening is administering the oath of office to our elected trustees. Becca will be joining us at the podium to administer the oath.
You're going to raise your right hand. And when I say my name, you say yours, and you'll repeat after me. I, Becca Alamati, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of School Board Trustee for the Belton Independent School District of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Congratulations. There you go.
Recognitions is the next item on the agenda, and we have a ton, so if you can, please sit around and look and see what's been going on in the district this year. We've got a lot of great accomplishments. So we'll turn it over to the Communications Department to start us off.
All right, and our first recognition this evening is our Belton Early Childhood students, Susanna Johnson and Carter Jones, who led us in the pledges this evening. Susanna's favorite part of school is Writer's Workshop. She loves being an author and creating her own books. Her friends say she's super cute, and she is everyone's best friend. Carter's favorite subject is reading, and he loves playing video games. His friends say that they love him and that they always want to play with him. Savannah and Carter, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. And now we're going to recognize our Penguin Project participants. They gave us an amazing showcase this evening after a weekend full last weekend of performances, and we are thrilled to be able to honor them tonight. This is our third year for the Penguin Project, and it continues to grow bigger and bigger every year. Awesome job. Congratulations, Penguin Project. Our next several recognitions are going to be fine arts recognitions, and the first one is our UIL solo and ensemble state qualifiers. We have 59 exceptional choir students from Belton High School and Lake Belton High School this evening. These students earn first division ratings, which is the highest possible rating for UIL solo and ensemble. And we also want to make sure to recognize their directors, Tanya Lavorne and Terrence Livingston. Break your, y'all come this way. Y'all come this way. You're good. Yeah, just a reminder. Awesome job, guys. Awesome job. And now we will recognize 9 talented student artists from Belton High School and Lake Belton High School who have qualified for the 2024 Texas Art Education Association's High School Visual Arts Scholastic event. We would also like to note that Lake Belton's Liam McCullough earned the prestigious Gold Seal for the second year in a row. That puts him in the top 7% of high school artists in Texas. And thank you. Of course, thank you to our teachers, Janet Allerin, Megan Tollison, Alicia Richardson, and Emily Simmeroth. Congratulations, base students. And our UIL Theatrical Design State Qualifiers, congratulations to Lake Belton High School students Liam McCullough and Paloma Carmen Ortiz for advancing to State UIL Theatrical Design. And their teacher, Ty Carter. We have our Dance All-State Qualifiers, Reagan Vergara of Belton High School and Emerson Tucker of Lake Belton High School. These dancers and performing, all-state dancers and performing will be performing at the Texas Dance Educators Association Convention, an honor awarded to just 250 dancers across the state. And their coaches, Rachel Hill, Mackenzie Ortega, and Emma Marsland. Thank you. Now we'll recognize several students from our career and technology education programs. We have career readiness, hospitality and tourism, culinary arts students qualified in Skills USA, and FCCLA competitions. We had 4 talented students from Belton High School and 6 from Lake Belton. Congratulations to them and their teachers, Kenzie Panaccio, Kathy Firkins, Nicholas Warren, and Melinda Hodge. Congratulations. From our health science career cluster, we have students that were state qualifiers for HOSA, which is the Future Health Professionals State Leadership Conference. 13 students from Belton and Lake Belton High Schools earned this award, and their teachers, Stephanie Yarjan, Brandy Frieden, and Mary Keaton. It is. And the Transportation Distribution and Logistics Career Cluster, we have our auto tech students that are here and qualified in Skills USA. We had 5 Lake Belton High School students who advanced to state. We also have a special congratulations to Mile Kuntz, who qualified for the national competition as well, and their instructor, Brent Sharp. Our students from Law and Public Service, we have Skills USA Law State qualifiers. We have students from Belton and Lake Belton High Schools. They showcased their skills in critical thinking, emergency response, and investigative techniques, and their instructors, Corlin Upton and Willie Ward, as well as YMCA Law State qualifiers, 10 students from Belton New Tech. These students served as appellate attorneys, justices, and mock trial participants and demonstrated exceptional legal reasoning, and their teacher, Mark DeFree. From our Arts and Audiovisual Technology and Communications career cluster, we have students that qualified for Skills USA. We had 7 talented students from this career pathway that qualified for the state competition. And a special shout out to Lake Belton's Ryan McGinnis, who advanced to the national competition in t-shirt design. And their teachers, Alyssa Vargas Leon and Dustin Shepard and Brittany Truitt. Congratulations to you all. Our students pursuing architecture and construction trades, Skills USA, we had 11 Belton High School students who qualified for state in the construction pathway. We also had a Teamworks group that qualified as the national competition. We want to thank teacher Michael Carrillo for all of his hard work for that program. Our Agriculture, Food, and Natural Resources career cluster, our FFA students, led by instructors Jeffrey Heffernan, Brad and Lori Hobbs, Taylor Wells, Corey Killen. These students advanced to 5 different state competitions in 9 different categories. We had students qualify from Area 12 at the wool competition, from Region 2 wildlife state qualifiers. From the Tarleton State area, we had 8 state qualifiers in the dairy cattle evaluation and environmental and natural resources. From Texas A&M, area state qualifiers qualified in nursery and landscape, milk quality, floral design, and horse evaluation. And from the Texas Tech State Qualifiers competition, qualified in cotton career development event. Congratulations. Now I want to recognize students who are interested in pursuing a career in education and training. At the Skills USA competition, we had 2 Belton High School students who competed in the career demonstration event. These students demonstrated strong communication skills and professionalism, reflecting a solid foundation in teaching practices and career readiness, led by teacher Mary Lisa Fanning. We are so proud of you guys, and thank you for being here with us tonight. We also have our students from Human Services who qualified in Skills USA. There were 3 Belton High School students in that practicum event who also are led by teacher Mary Lisa Fanning. Congratulations. Great job, guys. Our information technology students, we are proud to recognize Lake Belton High School student Lane Kahaya, who qualified for Business Professionals of America National Leadership Conference in Medical Coding. Lane's success in technical skill, accuracy, and professionalism was noted by all, and instructor Megan Schick. Congratulations. UIL performance debate. 4 Belton and Lake Belton High School students qualified for UIL state competition in CX debate and congressional debate. These students have shown outstanding abilities in research, critical thinking, and persuasive communication skills, led by teachers Hannah Berg and Pam Rodriguez. Congratulations all. And students who are interested in pursuing an engineering career in robotics, we have 6. We have 6 Belton New Tech students who have qualified not for state, not for nationals, but they qualified for the World Championship that took place last week. And thank you, Steve Tyser, for instructing them. And now we'll recognize several students from our athletics program. First, we'll recognize soccer. We have students recognized for academic all-state. From Lake Belton and Belton High School, we have coaches Andrew Kirshner and Carlo Masnia. Let's see, we also have Belton High School and Lake Belton High School girls soccer as well, coaches Oscar Bersosa and Jamie Tibbetts. Congratulations to our academic all-state soccer students. Congratulations, soccer. Thanks, coaches. Appreciate y'all. Next we'll recognize tennis, academic all-state from Belton High School and Lake Belton High School, coaches James Stinson and Coach Nikki Morgan, as well as Belton New Tech, Coach Jordan Wedemeyer. Congratulations, tennis, all-state, academic all-state. And swimming, if you'll come forward, academic all-state for swimming, we have Belton High School students led by Coach Nip, Lake Belton High School students led by Coach Hazelwood, and then we also have swimming state qualifiers from Belton New Tech. We had student athletes who represented the district at the UIL Swim and Dive State Championship, and they are coached by Coach Braley. Congratulations, swimming. And our powerlifting academic all-staters from Lake Belton High School, coached by Coach Graves, and academic all-state powerlifters from Belton High School, coached by Coach Campbell and Coach Rudolph from Lake Belton High School. Congratulations to our academic all-state powerlifters. And now we would like to recognize our Lake Belton High School Unified Track Meet State Qualifiers. Belton ISD is proud to celebrate the incredible success of our Unified Track and Field team, which placed 13th in the state of Texas in just its second year. This accomplishment is a reflection of the dedication, perseverance, and teamwork of the 34 outstanding student athletes and partners who represented our district with pride. Congratulations to our state qualifying LBHS Unified Track Meet qualifiers. New to the profession teachers this evening. We have several teachers who are finishing their very first year of teaching in Belton ISD, and we want to congratulate you, recognize you, and commend you on an amazing first year. Teachers, we just want to congratulate you on reaching this milestone, and thank you for choosing to begin your career teaching with us here in Belton ISD. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Like New Tech? Okay, and we are going to call New Tech Tennis back up real quick. I think you guys might have missed our picture. We definitely need you in the picture. So here are our New Tech all-state academic qualifiers for New Tech in tennis. Academic all-state. Oh, good. Okay. All right, and now we want to recognize our Belton Rotary Educator of the Quarter, Carla Beamsterfer. She is a 6th grade math teacher at Belton Middle School. She is in her 16th year in education. And she is known for bringing math to life through engaging, hands-on lessons that connect classroom learning to real-world applications. Congratulations to you, Carla. And now we would like to recognize 2 Temple Rotary Educators of the Month for both April and May. Cody Ward, 6th grade history teacher at North Belton Middle School. He is in his 4th year of teaching, and Mr. Ward has become known for his student-centered approach, creative instruction, and unwavering commitment to growth. Whether it's dressing up as historical figures or providing students with multiple ways to express their learning, he creates an engaging classroom environment where students thrive. And now we'd like to recognize Jordan Dawkins, a 2nd grade teacher at Hubbard Elementary. In her 11th year in education, Ms. Dawkins is known for setting high expectations, building strong relationships, and creating a classroom environment where all students feel supported and empowered to succeed. Congratulations, Jordan. And I'd like to recognize and call up Lakewood Elementary staff. They have been named a Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase School for the 2nd year in a row. This national honor highlights Lakewood's commitment to creating a safe, supportive, and engaging campus culture where relationships are at the heart of student success. This is a back-to-back recognition in their second year in a row. Congratulations, Lakewood. Now I'd like to bring up, we have some teachers from Belton New Tech, I believe, that are with us. And we want to recognize them because Belton New Tech has been named an AP School Honor Roll School for the second consecutive year. This is an achievement that highlights the campus's continued commitment to academic excellence and student success. This year, Belton New Tech also won the prestigious Bronze distinction for access, recognizing the school's efforts to expand AP opportunities and ensure more students are prepared for college-level learning. Congratulations, New Tech. Thank you, teachers. We did recognize your student success in the fall, but we definitely wanted to recognize you, so thank you so much. And we have a community partner recognition this evening, Temple College. If you will come forward. We want to thank Temple College for our growing partnership that's been built on shared commitment of expanding access to higher education. This spring alone, we had 66 seniors earn college credit, many of whom had not previously considered college as a path forward. But thanks to the dedication and commitment and partnership with Temple College, these students now see themselves as college-ready students. Thank you, Temple College. And last but certainly not least is our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We had 12 students that served on this council this year that was created to help strengthen communication between students and district leadership. And it was a pleasure to get to know these students and work with them. We learned something every time we were with them, something new, and they are truly impressive. So guys, thank you so much for your leadership, your insight, and your commitment to making Belton ISD the best place to be. And we appreciate the legacy that you are leaving behind. Thanks so much. Great job, guys. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for being here again. Thank you, thank you. And that does conclude our recognitions, but I know we have several people, so please hang tight for a second. I know we have several people that would like to comment about the recognitions while they're making their way up here. Guys, I think we just recognized over 380 people, so let's give a huge round of applause to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much for everybody being here. I did a little quick math. So we recognized just tonight over 23 different categories of students that advanced to state. We had multiple students advance to beyond the state level to nationals. I think we had 2 groups going to nationals, and we had a group that made it to worlds. And so, let's give all of our kids a hand. Am I on? I can't tell. Yes, yes. And also, just if we could recognize the incredible staff and educators that were here. All of these things certainly are because of the great work, hard work, perseverance of our students and their talent. It's also because of their incredible parents and their support, and it's the incredible educators that give so much to them. So if you'll also join me in congratulating our educators that pour so much into our students. Okay. I'll be quiet.
Anyone else? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, as I was preparing for this meeting, I was going through page after page after page of recognitions, and I was just awestruck by the volume and level of accomplishment and the range of the accomplishments. I was just absolutely blown away. Just the incredible demonstration of talent, dedication, achievement across all areas of Belton ISD, students and staff, right? It runs the gamut, right? And as we've heard tonight, I mean, these recognitions span the entire district. Showcasing the diverse opportunities and pathways for success that public schools offer. And so I can't say thank you enough to our students, but also students, please make sure that you support or thank your support systems, your teachers, your families, your community members who helped you kind of get along the way. We cannot do it without the entire Belton ISD community. Thank you all for everything that you do. You all are awesome. You're going down the right path. Career ready to go.
All right, so as y'all exit, if I could ask everybody who is going to exit to go out this door, they're motioning to which door, Gabby, wave. If you'll go out that door, and if you'll exit to the right, we have a medical emergency happening outside, and we want to respect their space and privacy. Thank y'all so much for being here. I don't think my mic is something, yeah, is off. I don't know what I.
Next on the agenda are public comments. In accordance with policy BED local, we will take public comments regarding items on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and comments regarding non-agenda items will be heard at the end of the meeting to allow the board to conduct the business of the district. Becca, do we have anyone signed up? Okay, that takes us to item 4. There being no public comments, let's move on to the action items. Item 5, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding adoption of district key progress measures. Dr. Golden?
Yes, thank you, Board. So earlier in this semester, you took action on our 5 district goals, and as a follow-up to that action, we're bringing forward to you this evening our recommendations for the 25-26 district key progress measures aligned to each goal. And Dr. Morgan's going to present those to you, and then we certainly, from any of our team members, if you have questions, we can respond to some of those questions.
Thanks, Dr. Golden. Board, it's my pleasure to be here tonight and talk about our key progress measures. We've had teams working on the development of these since January, and we bring those to you tonight. And we believe that they represent the highest leverage work for the 25-26 school year in each goal. It did involve stakeholder input from multiple teams, and we are very pleased to bring these to you tonight, but also know that if approved tonight, then the real work will begin as we continue development of implementation plans, create data collection systems, develop lead and lag measures for each KPM, and a communication plan to make sure that we move forward for the success of each. So we will look at I'm so sorry about that. I must have. Okay. I think our whole presentation wasn't in there. So. There we go. And so I'm going to start with Goal 1. Goal 1 is our goal around strengthening and supporting the engagement of all stakeholders in the pursuit of our vision. And so for this year, our key progress measure around Goal 1 revolves around establishing at least one new strategic partnership for each campus and department with a community organization, business, industry leader, or institution of higher education by January of 2026. One thing that's important for a January deadline on this one is we want the partnerships to be created in a time that they can impact the 25-26 school year. So that's why we're looking for a mid-year completion of this goal. We believe these collaborations will strengthen our community connections, ensure that our students are well prepared for future success, and we want to build some mutually beneficial real-world partnerships with these different groups. We would like to extend and prioritize strategic partnerships for all campuses and departments by creating at least one new one. Opportunities to engage our community, perhaps who are currently not partners, but may be interested in partnering with one campus or program within BISD. We already recognize community partners at each month's board meeting, and we already have several high-leverage community partnerships in place. Imagine if dozens of more strategic partnerships can be created. For instance, similar to partnering with our local college and universities to ensure that more students have opportunities to earn college credit. Partnering with local faith-based organizations to come read to some of our students in our elementary schools, or partner with more businesses willing to invest in our Delta students to provide on-the-job training for real-world experiences and their success. Goal 2 is around ensuring exceptional learning experiences for each and every student. So our key progress measures for Goal 2 are increasing the percentage of students demonstrating critical thinking with an emphasis on asking questions and evaluating arguments from 47 to 55%. That's in alignment with our Journey of Graduate Competency rubric, and we would like to do that by May of 2026, and then meet all of our House Bill 3 goals. So I'll kind of spend just a little time on this one because it's so important. We spent the last year defining what we look for in observable evidence practices across BISD as far as critical thinking goes. That meaningful work is taking place with principal leaders, instructional coaches, curriculum team, and teachers on what evidence would exist that both teachers and students in classrooms are engaging in critical thinking. The two key elements that were identified as highest leverage in this KPM were the asking questions and evaluating arguments. And these are areas that have been identified as focus elements of critical thinking and the biggest work that we would like to move forward for this next year. Critical thinking, it fosters deep understanding and application in subjects like math and reading. It moves students beyond surface level learning to become analytical and insightful. In order for students to perform at meets and masters levels, it does require an extended development and continued practice at critical thinking at deeper levels. And I'll go briefly and then kind of tie it back together. So as you look at the House Bill 3 goals, which we do believe an investment in critical thinking will help advance these as well. The STAR assessment, the STAR test assesses student understanding into 4 different levels or categories. The moving between the lower levels can occur more rapidly and usually within a year of support, but with growth to and within the meets and masters levels requires deeper sustained learning over multiple years. So experiencing a 1 to 3 percentage point annual increase in district-wide meets and masters levels is realistic, but with consistent and effective instruction. And so we want to focus on continuous improvement through quality teaching and curriculum and an emphasis on critical thinking within our House Bill 3 goals for this year. Goal 3 is around attract, retain, and support a world-class team of employees. So our key progress measure here is to achieve 80% staff participation in creating and pursuing professional learning goal aligned with the BISD leadership definition. We spent a lot of time in our workshop tonight talking about leadership definition, and particularly to the work that's been done around our principal leader profile and our assistant leader profile, and how that work is going to branch out to other areas within the district. You may also remember that we added professional learning goals to our for each employee for the 22-23 school year, each employee, regardless of their position, from the superintendent all the way down to our auxiliary support staff, creates a professional learning goal that is evaluated with them and their evaluator and their support. After 18 months of development in our leadership definition and leadership pipeline, where the work has, as we said, focused more on assistant principal profiles, we would like to move an element of this work into aspects of each and every employee in Belton ISD. So we want to incorporate the leadership definition work to all positions and through professional learning goals tied to our learning definition competencies. Now, 80%, you would say, why wouldn't that just be 100% as your initial goal? 80% is what we feel like we could get to a 100% very quickly on everyone establishing a goal, but this all includes the pursuing that goal, creating an action plan, and then working with your supervisor and your support to actually see that goal to fruition. Also, not every staff member starts in August and ends in May. We have a lot of staff members who come on during the year, and there may be some staff members who it may be a challenge for them to establish a professional learning goal tied to the leadership definition if they're hired in, say, March or April and complete it by the end of the school year. So we do feel like as a year one of this initiative, 80% is not only a realistic goal, but also a one that is going to take a lot of work by our staff and our support and our supervisors to see it to fruition. Some examples of these might be one of our cafeteria managers designing some learning for themselves around communicating for impact to create a stronger team on their campus. It could be a teacher creating professional learning goal around promoting growth for her students, since growth is such a big factor of, especially for what we're trying to do instructionally and in our Goal 2 KPM. Or for a coach, it could be modeling continuous improvement and how do you make a good team better from year to year. So we really think we're going to have a system set up where each and every employee can put elements of the leadership definition into their professional learning goal for that year. Goal 4 is around developing a district-wide culture of value, support, and growth amongst all students and staff. One of the things that we have in doing our needs assessment and looking at data and also just gathering qualitative data from listening sessions and from talking with families, students, and staff is an emphasis on mental health, particularly at the campus level. So we feel like that some high leverage work around this will be to implement Hope Squad at 100% of eligible campuses as measured by having a Hope Squad team, having trained students and advisors at each campus, and conducting a minimum of one Hope Squad event by May of 2026. And so Hope Squad is, we've looked at it and we've started to implement a little bit at the high school level. I wouldn't say that we're fully implemented at this point, but to do it at the elementary level, it focuses on fostering a culture of kindness. And we already have an emphasis of kindness at the elementary level. At the middle school level, it is supporting peers through struggle that are struggling or could be struggling with mental health challenges and bullying, act as a bridge to receive adult help and also reduce stigma around these. And then at the high school level, where it's at its most intense, it's promoting mental health awareness, suicide, peer-to-peer suicide prevention, respectful environment, and connecting peers to essential resources. So we do feel like Hope Squad would help around that key progress measure of strengthening our mental health incentives and resources at each level of the school and campuses. And then our goal 5 is to maximize our use of resources for both current priorities and plans for the future. Key progress measure around this is implementing teacher incentive allotment systems of support across 100% of designated campuses. If you'll remember, we talked extensively around teacher incentive allotment in our April workshop and everything that it's going to take to not only implement that but also ensure that we have the greatest chance of success, because we do believe that to pursue this, we will see an opportunity for increased student outcomes and an opportunity for teachers that did not exist before. There's a few areas that when you talk about systems of support that we're going to have to be really strong in, and one is around teacher observation, student growth, development and implementation of a spending plan approved by TEA, a communication plan, our data integrity and technology systems and reporting, and then tracking teacher movement, because teacher incentive allotment, from an HR perspective, we've got to track teachers that are already in the program from other districts as they come in, and then teachers within our program as they qualify. And so those are the 5, and there's a lot of information and a lot of work that has gone on to those, and I covered them rather quickly, but I would like to slow down now for some discussion and be able to, for us and the team, to answer some clarifying questions.
Any questions for Dr. Morgan? Chris?
I want to start at goal 2. I've got a couple as we go through, right? So when we take a look at goal 2, and specifically the House Bill 3 goals, right? I think you touched on this a little bit, but how would we talk about, I think we want to see this number as high as possible, as fast as possible, right? And so how do we talk about the reason why we've got it laid out the way that we do, right? And the trajectory that we have, and it just doesn't go from, where we are today to, 90% or 100%, right? Like, why is that?
Gabby's going to come up and talk House Bill 3 goals with us.
Could see me trying to jump out of my seat a little bit. So the visualization, sorry, Mike, I'm moving your folders. The visualization that you saw there maps out over the next 5 years where we would like to move as it relates to House Bill 3. It's really important to remember that on performance levels as it relates to STAR, student performance is reported in 4 different categories. Either they did not meet, they were approaching, they met, or they mastered standards. And oftentimes, just the language of meet might cause concern for us with anything that's lower than that. It's really important to remember that students who are in the approaches level, it does not imply at all that they are non-readers or they are non-mathematicians. They might just have some additional gaps that we'll need to really target as we move into the next school year. Meets and masters means that students have met all of their academic standards or are exceeding. We would love to see overnight that we moved every child into meets and masters. I would absolutely love that. The reality is that high quality, sustainable change takes more time and incremental, and so you can look at between 1% and 3% annually, meaning you're making some sustainable changes. And we just really believe that with high-quality investment and strong curriculum and instructional resources, strong professional learning, that work examining this at the student level will have more appropriate plans for each and every student, and that will take more time. It is also really important to call out in this work that with the establishment of these goals, we also are implementing a new state assessment system. So the assessment that we use to measure student progress changed with the establishment of these goals to a much more rigorous assessment with a different structure and different model. And so it also takes us time to learn the rigor of those assessments.
Thank you.
If I can add one more thing. I believe House Bill 4 passed in the House today, and so that doesn't mean it's actually going to be signed into law. However, that will substantially, if that is approved, substantially change state accountability. And so most likely that is no longer going to be valid House Bill 3 goals, and we'll have to come back to the table after we have a chance to begin to implement a new accountability system. So that's where we are right now, but we anticipate it's going to change pretty substantially.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Flores, one other nuance I really want to point out, that those are at third grade level as well, and so that's important to be able to speak to, that this is not assessment of the entire totality that we measure, but third grade early literacy math.
Yeah, thank you. So also in this goal, right, the focus on critical thinking, right? I love this one, right? It's part of the journey of a graduate from an employer standpoint. I'm all for, right, the critical thinking and incorporating it, right? But I think sometimes I talk to people who don't quite understand the link to why we're spending so much time on critical thinking and what impact that has on driving the reading scores or the math scores or whatever else, right? So could you help sort of articulate that connection as to why that critical thinking component, which is really a local Belton ISD measure, right, is so important to what we're trying to do?
Absolutely. So to local Belton ISD measure, our community articulated the competencies that we want every graduate to leave our system with so that they are prepared for workforce. And so as we were planning for implementation of strategies to really accelerate acquisition of those competencies, we need to simultaneously think about which of these competencies, which are all crazy important, are really going to be highest leverage in moving the academic outcomes as well. And critical thinking in particular really forces us to think beyond what can just be measured on a single day assessment, but that would encourage us and students to think at deeper levels around the content that they are engaging in. So in literacy, that I'm really processing what I'm reading, thinking about what the story or the passage or the article, whatever I'm researching, I'm thinking about the content within that text, comprehending it and applying it at a deeper level that may not just be captured in a single question. Same thing for math. What we know is that we can engage in rote practices, we can engage in memorization of facts, and that is super important for us to build some numerical fluency, but we want students to be able to apply the conceptual learning across different scenarios, and that's where that critical thinking comes in, into problem solving and being able to identify the challenge in front of me, whether it be mathematical or reading, and think at a deeper level about it.
And I would just add, as we were looking at really getting down to root cause of some of our challenges in our data, and we went through a root cause analysis, I would argue that this, while we're presenting it to you as though it's a lag measure, and we will present the lag measure data, it really is a leading measure for what we're trying to do and push students into that meets and masters level of our STAR assessment. So it really came out through our root cause analysis that that's one of the greatest challenges, is that we need students, we need teachers designing work and experiences that force, if you will, students in their learning experience to really have to think at critical levels. And so, again, I think that was one of the root cause areas that we felt was manifesting itself in some of our STAR performance.
Thank you. Sure. Just one more.
Go ahead.
On goal 5, related to the implementation of the teacher incentive allotment, right, I think it's important for us all to remember that this isn't, we declare that we want to do it and then it's automatically in, right? So I think, we hit this in our last workshop, right, where we've got to get these systems in place. So I assume the goal is to get the systems in place, not to say that we've been accepted, right? Because there's a lot of work that has to get done in order for us to actually be accepted into the program and have the data validated properly. So this goal is really about getting all those support frameworks and structures in place so that in hopes year one we're in, right? But worst case scenario, maybe in there
Yes.
for year two.
Thank you for saying that. Yes, just because you apply to be a teacher incentive allotment district does not mean you're 100% accepted into that. So you're absolutely right. Next year is going to be a very important year to really work to calibrate our evaluation system, T-test system, and at the end or throughout the year, or at some point in the year, the data goes to, I believe it's Texas Tech University. They're going to look at our student outcomes data in comparison to our teacher evaluation data and determine how calibrated we are. There are a lot of school districts, kind of to your point, Chris, that don't get validated in their first year. So it is not a guarantee that after we have worked to put those systems in place, that automatically within a year we're approved and pay is already happening to some of our teachers or for some of our teachers. So yes, I appreciate the cautionary tale that it takes a lot to implement this system. We also don't know what will happen. We still don't have a public school funding bill that's been signed into law, so we don't know to what degree this will be impacted by that. But yes, a lot of work this year without a 100% guarantee it'll be validated. Some school districts, it's taken 2 rounds of data collection to get validated.
Thank you.
Melinda, is that also true if a teacher comes from a system, from a district that has a system in place? They won't get it here, right, if we're not?
No, they do, but they will get it here.
They will get it here.
If a teacher received funding through TIA from another district, then they will get that funding
Here also.
Right.
Chris, any additional questions? Anyone else?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Beck? You have a
yes,
question? Okay, go ahead.
Sometimes the first sentence, the first impression matters. The first goal on this talks about stakeholders. Is there a way to change those up to something like where it's like each and every student is the first goal? I know it's not necessarily that any of these goals are more important than another, but sometimes those first impressions matter. So do we want, the leading goal to be talking about stakeholders, or can we change the order before we print materials and distribute and that sort of thing?
I'm happy to speak to that.
No, go ahead.
We have had that conversation. The goals were never, and in fact, we've talked about even removing a numbering system to the goals for that very reason. It was never meant to convey an order of importance. And when we talked about it, it's like we would never say that maximizing our resources is not a priority. Absolutely, it's a priority. And so they never were meant to be a rank ordering. And so we have talked about rebranding them, and maybe it's just focus areas because the goals, your SMART goals, are these key progress measures. And so, but we do recognize that it might unintentionally give the impression that goal number 1 is building stakeholders when we know our whole reason for existing is student learning and growth. Sorry, Manuel, did I cut you off?
No, that's exactly where I was going with it. And of course, our values and beliefs and vision statements speak to that as well. So it's not just the goals. You got to look at everything globally, not just looking at goals and how they're numbered. We've never prioritized one over the other. They're all priorities. Any other questions, Mr. Beck? Okay.
Can I add something to that? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is actually a conversation we've had maybe 2 or 3 times. So, because I wrestle with the subject sometimes myself, which one goes first, right? And so the way I kind of look at it and have rationalized it, right, the goal 1 is strengthen and support the engagement of all stakeholders in the pursuit of the BISD vision. And when I look at all stakeholders, right, I do include our students in that, right? And so when we're strengthening that engagement and support of our students, right? If you substitute that in for the stakeholder name, right? It really is in support of all the academic goals we're trying to find. I get it. I hear you. I actually raised the question a couple months ago, so it doesn't always completely register. But I do think there's a massive overlap, I think, between Goal 1 and Goal 2 if you kind of look at it just through the student stakeholder lens.
So if it's been brought up several times, what's the reason that we're maintaining it? Is that just the cost of reprinting and rebranding? Is that the main reason, or is it just
No,
not?
there's no cost associated with that. That's just what this group has decided as a whole. We've made it very clear publicly that we're not putting one goal over another. They're all priorities. So someone could come in and say, well, if Goal 3 becomes Goal 1, or Goal 5 becomes Goal 1, you're going to get that same argument. So how do you respond to that? Well, you respond to that because we've all, as a group, have indicated that all of them are priorities. I mean, I don't know how else to put that, because you're going to have to put one at number 1 and one at number 5. But that doesn't mean that 1 is more important than 5 and 5 less important than 1. Anyone else want to comment on that?
I'll just add one thing, Manny, real quick.
Yeah,
Sorry,
sure, no, go
Erin, was that you? But we also recognize that the way we visualize not just our goals, but we also have several guiding documents. We have a vision statement. We have our values and beliefs. We have our goals. We have our leadership definition. How do they interact? How do they interconnect? And so one of the things that we're actually working with, we have many napkin drawings. Is that fair, Christine? Really trying to come up with a way to visualize that shows that our destination, where we are headed, what we aspire to be, is our vision. And we know that our values and beliefs inform how we do that work. The work is our goals. We believe if we achieve those goals and we put our key progress measures in place, that we will move us towards that vision. And we know that if you think about a watermark behind it, that's going to take leadership at all levels. So we are trying to work on what would be a visual that we could create that would help in one page articulate what is on 3 or 4 different pages currently in terms of values, goals. So we recognize that there's some branding of really what we're about that we need to do some work around.
Ms. Bass, you have a comment?
No, I think just to your question about tonight's purpose is we're talking about the key progress measures under the goals, because usually when Chris said, we've had discussions about this, because usually about once a year, and you'll correct me that, we talk about our 5 goals, and we talk about the language of what do we want it to say, what are those 5 big overarching goals, and then for the purpose tonight, how are we going to, what's a measure that we can work towards underneath that big goal, if that's helpful as well. So, but great question.
Rucker, do you have a question?
I have a question on Goal 4, on the making sure we have a district of support, which love to hear. I think over and over we hear that the need from our students, not just in Belton ISD, but at large in our society, is about mental health. So love seeing this. And I know you touched on the values of Hope Squad at the elementary level being a focus on, did you say encouragement or kindness? Yeah. Can you go into a little bit more detail on the middle school and high school level where we see a little bit more need, I think?
And I'll speak to it a little bit, and then we've had several teams. Cassandra and Gabby's teams have been working on this as well. But one of the strengths is, so at the middle school level, it really gets a little bit more into, it's peer-to-peer, and it is to identify and give support for students struggling with mental health challenges and bullying. Where it's one of the strengths of Hope Squad is that it is not having students or providing the services, but they're helping to identify needs and providing someone that other students are comfortable with to go and talk to if they're having an issue. And then there are supports in place to get those students in touch with the proper adults that can help get the support and the help they need. So at the middle school, a lot of it revolves around bullying, anti-bullying campaigns, being able to recognize signs, reduce stigma, and then bridge gap and bridge to adult help. And then at the high school level, it's peer-to-peer, but it's to promote mental health awareness, suicide prevention. There are some of the biggest elements to that as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, going back to Goal 1, the partnerships for each campus.
Yes.
If you have a partner that wants to partner with, let's say, 10 campuses, I mean, are you limiting that, or what's our goal
No,
there?
we won't limit partnerships at all.
No,
So-
I'm talking about one partner wants to partner, let's say all, 20 campuses or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or do we want different partners for different campuses?
No, we won't limit partnerships, so if we had a strategic partner that came in and say wanted to partner with all elementary schools or all middle schools, and it was a strategic partnership that we saw some two-way resolve that is going to benefit our students and benefit our partners, we would pursue that. So if I'm on a campus and I'm trying to find the best partnership or partnerships for my campus to meet my needs, and so a good example would be of the group where we partner with the faith-based groups that come in and read to our elementary students. Right now, we have a little over half of our elementary campus have that partnership. We would love for that partnership to be, and one of the goals of this next year will be to increase that where all of our elementary schools have that partnership. So that would be a strategic partnership that 4 or 5 or 6 elementary schools could all pursue at the same time.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. All right, there being no further discussion, do we have a motion to adopt the 2025-2026 district key progress measures as presented? Mr. Norwood? Do I have a second? Mr. Preston? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to item 5B, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding resolution to negotiate the purchase of real property. Dr. Golden?
Yes, so Mike is going to stay at the podium and is going to talk through our interest in some property that, as y'all know, our voters approved our bond in 2022. Within that bond was the purchase of property, and so there is some property that we are interested in looking at, and so Mike's going to walk you through this information tonight.
Thanks, Dr. Golden and board. So, yes, we are bringing a resolution to you tonight to authorize us to look at strategic property and to negotiate. At the conclusion of those negotiations, we would bring a contract back to you, to the board for action. So what we're asking tonight is for us to move forward with what we believe will likely be the final purchase from our 2022 bond program. As Dr. Golden said, there were $7,897 that was set aside or issued in our bond funds for the acquisition of land for future needs. Thus far, within our bond program, we've purchased 3 strategic properties. In April of 2024, we purchased 15.8 acres of the River Farms mud there in the southeast portion of the district, future site to around 1,800 homes, and we felt that having an elementary school site in the middle of that subdivision would be a real strategic plus and benefit both for that community and for the school district. Also, in September of 2023, we purchased the property at the corner of North Blair and 4th Street. That was a historic house that had become really kind of twofold in that strategy. Number one is as we expand our downtown operations of needing that site eventually for either parking or for some type of educational use seemed strategic, and we also had some issues with some things going on in the neighborhood of origin in that house that have since gotten a lot better since we purchased that property in September of 2023. And then finally, an additional 17-plus acres at the Charter Oak Road property in April of 2025, bringing that purchased land of land in the middle of our district, in the central portion of our district, to give us a property of around 80 total acres in the center of our district, and gives us our second large acreage site that future boards could be able to use for a variety of different purposes. So tonight, we're asking that with addressing needs, priority needs in the southern and central regions of the district, we ask you to pass a resolution tonight to allow us to enter into negotiations on a site in the northern region of the district that would be for the remaining bond funds designated for strategic land purchases. And I would just say that we'll focus in on an area that as we've watched the West Temple and the northern area of our district grow, focusing in on a side of future growth and development where we think that we would probably need a future school site that would be strategically located. We also, as we look for property, we try to find sites that are going to either be shovel-ready, fully developed when we get there, meaning it has roads, utilities, all of the things that you need to build a school site, and something that if it doesn't have those things, then understanding that there's going to have to be a future investment. So a high priority for us will be finding something that would be considered a developable site that already has the utilities, roads, and other infrastructure in place whenever we get ready to build on that site in the future. And I would open up for any discussion on this, and just say that if authorized and if you approve this resolution tonight, then we would come back to you at a future board meeting with a potential contract for approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
I know you mentioned the $7 million was approved by voters over 3 years ago. Is this a common use of bonds to appropriate funds for future land development alongside buildings that you're going to put for new schools, especially in a growing district?
It is. That's a great question, too, because one of the things with good planning is to have a school site that's ready to build when you're ready to build. So if you think about the Burrell School site, or Burrell Elementary, that was a piece of property that was purchased years before. As the development in that area went up, when it was time to build, the roads were already in place, the infrastructure was already in place, the utilities were already in place, so it was a pretty quick build. The alternative to that would be if you wait until you have the need for the facility, then you're going to have to go through a process of purchasing the land, which takes months. Then you're going to have to go through all your site evaluations and things like that, and you couldn't actually start design. Another big plus for Burrell is we were able to have that building designed so that when bond funds became available, we were able to start construction. So it could be a future money-saving. Land today is going to be less expensive than it will be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And then also having the ability to design and be design ready when funds become available could be a big plus if you're in a fast growth mode or you need a facility and when time's of an essence and time matters.
Anyone else? Okay. Do we have a motion to authorize the superintendent to negotiate a contract for property and present the contract to the Board of Trustees for consideration at a future board meeting? Ms. Lee? Have a second? Ms. Bass? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It passes 7-0. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6 on the agenda, reports.
All right, so Gabby Nino is back at the podium, and I know we were talking about critical thinking and the importance of that when we were discussing key progress measures. She's here this evening to give you an update on the work that we've been doing this year and show you some data as we've been collecting it in a variety of different cycles throughout the year. So Gabby.
Good evening. My purpose this evening is to provide you an update on the progress we've made in the area of critical thinking that's been measured through classroom observations with a shared instrument that we have developed based on our definition and elements of critical thinking in our competency rubric. Feels a little funny for me going back now to this because we just talked about our upcoming KPM. So I think it's really important to connect to that real quick. Our KPM this year was really based on observing evidence in the classroom. So we aligned ourselves in what we define critical thinking as, what is the evidence that teachers would be, what we would see in teachers who are designing classroom experiences that require critical thinking, what would we observe with students who are engaged in critical thinking. And so our key progress measure was based on our observations and a desire to increase what we observe. We conducted these observations as a system across all of Belton ISD and all content areas in what we call waves, windows of time, where every campus leadership team went to visit classrooms and we collected this data. And so we got our baseline at the end of last school year, and then we've conducted waves throughout this school year. And again, it's based on what we observe in the classroom. And as you heard in our 25-26 KPM, we want to see demonstration at the student level. And so I'll talk a little bit as we progress through on what that means for us. But as you can see, at the end of last school year, the observable evidence across all elements in our classrooms, we scored that at 63% of opportunities observed that we saw critical thinking happening in our classrooms. In our first two waves of the school year, we saw, well, the first one we saw a little bit of a dip at the beginning of the school year, but can see progress as we have moved throughout the year in the experiences that we see that require students to engage in critical thinking. We actually will meet our key progress measure in the observable evidence of students engaged in critical thinking progressing throughout the year. However, as we dig in, we have been able to identify some key areas of focus for us moving into the school year. As I progress today through this report, we're going to see each element. So we took an overarching definition of critical thinking, and then we asked ourselves, how would you break that down into smaller chunks to ensure that critical thinking happened at a high level? And so you'll see a little picture in here that might create an image in your mind of what we want to see at the student level, as well as data for each of those elements that came from observations. What you see on every visualization is in red, it means we observed that happening. In gray means there was some evidence, and black means it was not observed at all, or dark gray, I should say. So let's start with asking questions. For us, for students to be asking questions means that they are being very insightful about the content that they're learning. They are asking questions to go deeper in their learning around a specific topic to learn more. They are engaging in conversations that probe for deeper understanding. So there's real meaning in the questions that they're asking. As you can see, we have seen growth in this area of asking questions. We do see a higher degree of growth in the teachers asking questions, and so we want to see a shift to the students owning the question asking in the classroom. In analyzing information, for us, this means that students are taking information from a variety of different sources, and they're identifying strengths or weaknesses, bias or assumptions that might exist within the information that they're seeing. There's a great picture here of one of our students who's engaged in one of our robotics experiences. We want to see more of those experiences at the classroom level, but if you just study his body language, he's leaned in to that robot. He's identifying what's going well. He's going to lift that robot out, go redesign it for greater strength in the experience he's in so that it will work more effectively at achieving a goal. We want for every student to have experiences like this. Again, you can see that there is growth in observable progress with students analyzing information in the classrooms across our system. Evaluating arguments, you take a look at these two young ladies, just their eyes drilled in on each other, engaged in conversation. You can see that one of them has her thoughts held right in front of her as they are engaging in conversation about the content in front of them. For us, evaluating arguments means that students carefully evaluate and consider different perspectives while weighing evidence fairly. So I depend on other people, including teachers, including references, maybe it's in research, to help strengthen my own perspective with content. Proud to say that even in this area, we see that there is progress in an observable evidence, and you're going to see that throughout, but I'll also show you at the end where we see the greatest areas of need for growth. Drawing conclusions as a part of critical thinking is students interpreting information and drawing well-supported conclusions based on the analysis of evidence. You can see here, this is one of our math coordinators who really supports teachers in the classroom and designing experiences. But this student, this was actually in science fair, has information from a variety of different places that helped inform the conclusions that they are drawing in their science experiment here, or their science project in science fair. Once again, across all waves from the beginning of the school year until now, we see progress with observable evidence of students drawing conclusion. And last of our 5 elements is communicating ideas. Absolutely love seeing Mr. Bradford here. This was our reverse job fair with our students who participate in our Delta program. And what is thrilling here is that if you were able to take part in this experience, more than anything, we want for our students to be able to communicate from where they're coming from concisely in a variety of ways that helps other people understand where they're coming from. Could be their writing or their speech is well organized and logical, and they use evidence to support their claims. So Mr. Bradford has a lot of evidence of the efforts he's put into learning, his work-based learning experiences. He was able to communicate and share with potential employers the strength and value that he adds to their organization. He is epitomizing what we want in students communicating their own ideas. Again, we see progress. Proud to see that progress. And I want to show you across all elements that we believe build up our definition of critical thinking. While yes, we see progress, if you take a close look in the areas of asking questions and evaluating arguments, we see less evidence in the classroom of students asking questions and evaluating arguments. I want to be very clear that we do not think any one of these elements has greater weight than the other. These are all very important elements of critical thinking, and if we want students to develop that as a competency, all of these have to be a part of the experience. As we've observed over time, at the student level, students asking questions and having those opportunities to evaluate other perspectives are areas that we could emphasize and increase the overall outcomes. And so that has fed our key progress measure for the coming year, with great emphasis on balance as well, to make sure that we're progressing across the board. So just some highlights for us. Always want to share highlights in areas of needs and how we're responding. Highlight is that we see strong evidence of growth in the experiences that are observable of students engaging in critical thinking. I think the students that we celebrate this evening are examples of that, and the more opportunities we have to highlight examples, we'll continue to progress in all areas. All 5 elements saw that growth in observation data, and this growth was in aligned experiences across Belton ISD. Areas for us to focus on are increasing those opportunities for students to evaluate arguments and ask questions. And we want to identify strategies that will support them in having those opportunities across all elements of critical thinking. What we're doing right now and planning is, if you heard that language of demonstration in our upcoming key progress measure, we really want to focus on strengthening some exemplars in our curriculum resources and documents that will highlight and provide opportunities for students to engage in critical thinking, specifically in those asking question and evaluating argument areas. We want to focus on assessment of critical thinking. There is some great need for us to think about the whole picture of how do we balance our assessment instruments that we use that ask students to demonstrate their knowledge. And so for us as a curriculum team, alongside our campus leaders, we need to work with teachers on designing exemplars and examples, different models of ways for students to demonstrate their knowledge and real authentic experiences. And we want to provide professional learning to support that. It's not just us designing assessments or additional measures, but we're doing that alongside students. The reason we put pictures in those slides is those were opportunities that students were demonstrating critical thinking, and we want to use those as examples and exemplars to say, here's how you assess whether students are progressing or not. And so it's our job to work alongside our teachers in designing those experiences and having those experiences themselves. And with that, I want to answer any questions that you all have.
Any questions from the board? No. Yes, Ms. Bass.
I have just a couple of questions. Thank you. I really appreciated, I know that we've been talking about critical thinking a lot, and so I really appreciated how you broke it down into the 5 elements. I don't know if you've done that before, but today, if you did, it clicked for me. And for me, when I look at the data, just the bars, it makes sense that you want the red to increase, you want the dark gray to decrease. But can you just tell me, and this is this is observation, so tell me, like the 47% under communicating ideas, how is that quantified? Is that, so in a certain wave, every class across the whole district, a team goes in, how is it quantified and computed into that 47%? I glance, and the data looks great, but I'm just for my own understanding, how do you get these numbers?
So if you see at the bottom of each slide, those are actually definitions that we established in collaboration with our campus leaders and instructional coaches. So all of our instructional leaders have an observation form that articulates each of these elements, and what would we see if a teacher was creating these experiences. So what's teacher evidence of each of these elements, and what is student evidence of each of these elements. And so we establish these windows of time, and let's just say that you were on instructional leadership team at Lake Belton High School. Your team would come together, calibrate around the definitions again, and then during that window of time, we go into as many classrooms as we can, and we look at the experiences that are happening there, and we code it. Do we see this happening?
Okay.
Is there some evidence of it happening, but it's not really across the classroom experience? Maybe I'm just, a couple of students are having that experience. That would be some, or I didn't observe it at all. And so it's really using an observation instrument that we share in common across all of our campuses to inform how that data is calibrated. So once they are put into a form, then we have all the data, and we are able to disaggregate it into these different elements that are coded within the observation tool.
Thanks. That makes sense. And to the thing that we talked about earlier about the correlation between critical thinking and the hope that it does improve student outcomes, specifically with STAR, how are y'all looking at the data side by side to see if, yes, that we are improving in critical thinking, but also we are seeing the actual correlation to improved scores? Is there a way that y'all are tracking that as well to see the hard work that you're doing really is paying off kind of in the long run, whether it's STAR, STAR-REN, or whatnot?
Absolutely. So as you all know, we have reported out some growth on academic measures this school year in our academic updates. The shift in language from observe to demonstrate is going to require us to do just that. By the nature of it being observation data, we've spent a ton of time calibrating. This is where we spend our time in principal learning and instructional coach learning. The reality is we are human beings who are observing this evidence in our classrooms. And so there's some degree of subjectivity in our observation data right now. And so moving into the next year, that is not going away. We are still going to be looking through our own eyes at the instructional experience to report out what we see. But we do want to look more closely at our actual assessments, and we can, for lack of a better word, code assessment questions with the level of thinking that are required on assessment. So right now, I could pull a STAR test, I could pull an interim, I could pull questions from STAR Renaissance and say, what level of thinking is required within this question, which would allow us to validate our observations or check for them. The biggest piece that we really need to emphasize is at the classroom level, what we would call formative assessment through experiences like you saw here. How do we codify those? How do we put performance-based measures in place that allow children to demonstrate I'm progressing in critical thinking beyond a single test, beyond a single measure? So just that language alone in our key progress measure is going to be pushing us as a system to identify more ways that students can demonstrate their knowledge and give us the answers to, are we just seeing it? Or are they demonstrating it in multiple different formats? That was a complex answer to
that's great.
a straightforward question.
Gabby, that something that Aaron said made me think of this. You mentioned a degree of subjectivity. How is it that we know that the processes, that the data has a reliability factor to it?
Absolutely. So I call it calibration.
Right.
We studied and studied and studied critical thinking in order to establish how we define it. The definition and building out of what teacher expectations and student expectations look like was really and truly systemic at the campus leader, instructional coach, and teacher levels, getting that feedback and actually studying it. So just the engagement and learning together helps us, right? And then we're together each month in our learning experiences, and one of the things that we do not give on is we will be in classrooms together. And so that helps us reduce the variability in how we are looking at instruction and experiences aligned to our definitions. And we are humans, and so there will always be a degree of subjectivity, and we want that. We want that because when you and I look at an experience together, we too want to engage in critical thinking and say, Mr. Alcozar, here's what I saw, here's what you saw. Like, let's build from each other's perspectives to come to an alignment on the experiences that we want for children. And so in observation data, there is to some degree value in that subjectivity, but we have to complement it with other assessment instruments that reduce that.
Thank you, Gabby. Makes sense. Okay, moving on to item 6B, Goal 5 report, special programs evaluation. Dr. Golden?
Yes, Gabby's going to stay up at the podium. So, you know, in Goal 5, our key progress measure was around conducting a couple of program evaluations based on the model. If you remember the year prior, it was to establish a program evaluation model and process. So one of the areas that was studied this year was in the area of special education. And so Gabby is going to go through that report with some findings and recommendations.
So Dr. Golden just explained our purpose, and when I'm reporting out, we're going to talk about the current things that were identified and some future actions for us within our special education program in Belton ISD. The timing was great for us to engage in this because Sarah and Kitty and her team, we were all trying to figure out what are the true opportunities that we need to engage in to improve the experience for students. How can we improve our staff supports to impact retention of our special education staff? And there's some evolution in guidance from the Texas Education Agency, and so we need to really be thinking about our own practices in alignment with the evolving guidance from the agency. And so we partnered with an organization named Stetson that is nationally recognized for their work with special education and program evaluations. And so they came in and did an extensive evaluation of special education in our district. And want to talk about some of the methods that they used for data collection. And these are the 5 primary areas that they collected data in. First, which is fairly straightforward, is interviews and focus groups. The Stetson organization came in and they did individual interviews with campus leaders, with department leaders. They interviewed myself, they interviewed Dr. Golden, and that whole process is to look across the system around your perspectives and how people describe the programming challenges and strengths that you have. And then also pulled small groups of focus groups across our campuses with families, with staff. So interviews and focus groups is one area. Surveys were conducted. All of our staff members and families were provided the opportunity to engage in surveys that got that qualitative feedback. They reviewed documentation, so random pulls of our student folders to review our processing individual education plans, goals, so program review through the documentation process. They did a comparative analysis with like districts, so similar needs, similar size, as well as some districts in surrounding areas, and then also conducted classroom observations across our system in our special education classrooms. So these are the methods that were used to conduct the report and give us some recommendations. So what you'll see here is what their key findings were, and it's really interesting to look at the strengths and areas for growth. There's some direct correlation, and most of the strengths, the areas for growth, are taking those strengths to a deeper level. So let me just start with collaborative culture. In those interviews with multiple people, one of the things that was highlighted was that in Belton ISD, across our departments, and campuses, we have a high degree of collaboration and a strong culture around collaboration with each other. There are standards that are set at the state level actually the federal level, that is then processed at the state to measure our progress. Strengths for us is that we meet the state standards for inclusion. I shared with you all previously in the year that there were some areas for growth identified that we did not meet standard in the past, and we've done a significant amount of work around our inclusion practices, and there's still areas for growth, but we meet the state standards for inclusion in Belton ISD. And then another strength is our parents' perspective. So those parents that were interviewed in focus groups as well as surveys that were provided had a very positive perspective of the services that their students receive in special education in Belton ISD. Now, if we look at the areas for growth, you see intentional collaboration for special education and general education. But I just said collaborative culture was one of our strengths. So this is very much around the interaction and collaboration between special education teachers and general education teachers. And I heard that earlier in our workshop as well. There's a strong craving across our system as well as a need for us to emphasize the collaboration between our special education and general education teachers. One of the findings, and you'll hear inclusion language quite a bit throughout this report, is that while we met standard, one of our first thoughts in planning for students is not within the general education environment. So when we identify that a student has a special need, we have a tendency to immediately start thinking of outside the general education classroom, and we really need to be starting with inclusion. And so that intentional collaboration between special education and general education should help with that. In their observations in classrooms, consistency and quality of inclusion support was one of the areas of growth for us. We may have students who are receiving inclusion support, but we didn't have really strong intentional plans for, let's just say we have a paraprofessional in a classroom who is providing inclusion support. That paraprofessional should have very clear guidance around how to support the student, and that it should be very meaningful and purposeful. And so that was an area for growth for us, as well as the need to strengthen how we determine services and scheduling for students. So you can see a correlation between our areas of growth. If I strengthen the collaboration between special education and general education, then I'm likely going to strengthen the services that we're providing for students as well, because that partnership is there, and will also help us in the planning for how we use staff who are supporting students in an inclusion environment. So here's some of the things that we're currently doing as it relates to these findings. First of all, a review of the stakeholder feedback, a review of the report with stakeholders. So once we got the report, Sarah and team have been meeting with different stakeholders, including all of our special education staff, which fall into multiple categories, and have also been meeting with our campus leadership team and campus teacher teams to review the findings and some initial action that we're putting in place. The tool has been developed to support our staff in developing what services are needed for individual students. So if I have an evaluation that was conducted, or I'm just an annual review of a student's individual needs, we now have an instrument in place that, based on what's identified as specific needs for that student, we can plan appropriate services for them. It doesn't mean that intentional planning hasn't been happening historically, but we have an aligned instrument that can be used across our system now to reduce the variability and experiences for students. Sarah and Kitty and their team have been meeting one-on-one with every campus leader and their leadership team to walk through the priorities, not only identified by the report, but translate through the lens of that individual campus. So they're looking at students and student needs as well as staffing on individual campuses through the lens of these recommendations and that service determination tool to support them in the strategic scheduling of instruction for students on campus. And future work that's a little bit more long-term, it doesn't mean we're delaying on it, but it's going to be things that take a little bit more time related to the collaboration between general ed and special education. As our team is working with individual campuses around planning for individual students and how to schedule, that impacts the master schedule on the campus. And so what we're working through in the learning with campus leaders as they are training on these tools and working alongside them, they are prioritizing, identifying time for that collaboration between general education and special education, and identifying opportunities for inclusion. In that process, they're learning about needs, they're learning about the challenges to a greater degree that'll have a longer term impact on processes that we can put in place across Belton ISD. They are working as a team around clarity of what purpose of inclusion support means. So regardless of whether it's a teacher that's providing inclusion support, maybe it's a co-teach model, or if it's a para supporting instruction in the classroom, we are working on strengthening how we define inclusion support, putting the guidance in place that we can hold people accountable to, that we can ensure is highest quality for students, and having that in what I would call archivable practices that we can reflect back on and say where are continued areas for growth and need. I've described this a little bit, but right now our team is working with individual campuses and using this service determination tool, and are identifying the trends and strengths and challenges along with that, so that it can be captured into an ongoing process, so that we can strengthen it based on Belton ISD needs. This was based on a Stetson recommendation, and that it can become a more solidified system that is repeated every year. It becomes a process, it becomes predictable, and responsive to student needs. And you see, I just used that language, but we want to put what we've learned in this report into processes, expectations, and guidance that is archivable and will continue beyond this team and determining the supports for students. With that, I want to answer any questions that you all have.
Trustees, any questions? Chris?
Wow,
Yeah.
that was a lot. So, thank you. So in regards to the intentional collaboration for special education and general education, so talk to me a little bit about how that applies to the full team that's supporting the kids and staff, right? What I mean by full team, I mean speech therapy, physical therapy, music therapy, like whatever the case may be, right? Like how does that collaboration, are you envisioning that top to bottom and all of those folks? Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so if you think about an individual student, if you're not familiar with process, because you haven't sat at the table for an ARD meeting before, all of those individuals that you just named come together for an ARD meeting. If a child has a speech need, if they have a occupational therapy need and an academic need, those service providers come around the table together alongside campus leaders and teachers and parents to plan for the services that a child needs. In an ideal state that'll take us time to work towards, you'll have a clear articulation of all of the individual needs, and you'll be able to look at a broader campus picture and say, where can these services be met? Not necessarily with the specific provider, but where are there other student groups that might have aligned needs? I don't necessarily always, for speech, if for example, I may not always need to have that experience outside of the classroom. Can I meet those needs inside the classroom with a service provider and other students? If a child maybe has a math need, we have over-associated that with, I need to pull a child out for third grade math at this time, but their academic needs might align to a second grade group. And so I could have more flexible grouping with students to meet the standards aligned needs at a different time during the day. So quick answer, yes. Big picture, we would be able to bring together all service providers and be able to identify more creative ways to meet student needs.
So when I was teaching at Pirtle, there was a group of two women who had been regular ed classroom teachers at one point who became special ed teachers on our very same campus. And they were phenomenal. And they didn't wait for ARDS. They did not wait for a beginning of the year meeting. They came to every teacher who had a student in inclusion services and met with us regularly, not only to discuss the needs or things we were seeing in our classroom, but to help us as regular ed teachers understand why their grades might be modified or what they're trying to achieve and the goals that they were hoping for the student. It was marvelous. I had never had an experience like that before or since because they were just so top tier. But I will tell you, it was all I needed as a regular ed teacher to be able to support them because I knew we were on the same team. We were working together all the time. So
That
just
is
a thought.
exactly what we want. And while you describe that as a regular education teacher benefiting from that, so do our special education teachers. Every single student should have access to standards-aligned experiences. And when you are not engaged in collaboration with what might be happening in the general education environment, you're automatically removing conversations around standard. Doesn't mean people aren't trying to, but being at the table to talk about the standards of expectations is a strategy to increase access. I love hearing that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so other than funding, is there something that we can do or that you need from us to help provide support for the future work that needs to happen? Process, procedure, policy, governance, whatever, like, is there something that you need from us that's in the way?
I cannot think of a thing from you all that's in the way right now. I will always say, keep asking me questions about how you're implementing these procedures. How's it going? What's the impact? But I cannot identify right now. Continue being our champions.
Anyone else?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question that just kind of popped in my head, just based on really kind of what Janet was explaining, because when I was reading through this report, it kind of brought me back to my days of on the side of being a gen ed teacher and having inclusion, whether it was a para or a sped teacher come in, but also being on the other end where I would go in and be a support. And so, because if the inclusion model, I mean, if it works, it works well, but if it's not implemented well, it's kids are the ones that they're impacted by that. And so, and oftentimes, and Chris made the comment about the budget, because we know that our population of kids in special education is just growing, and we need more teachers, we need more staff, we need more things, specifically related to funding. So it ends up that we often have to send our paras in those classrooms. Do we offer professional development for our paras, because they didn't go to school to be a special education teacher, because a special education teacher in itself is it's just so complex, because you're dealing with kids that could have just a spectrum of needs. So what do we do to support our paras that are going in and they're the front line of that inclusion piece?
Absolutely. So that has been an area in professional learning that we've gotten consistent feedback around strengthening. And so I'll just name that we have done some work to include our paraprofessionals in professional learning, and we also get consistent feedback about that needs to be improved. And so what I can tell you is that our team has been working really hard, and Sarah actually has a really strong plan for a para academy coming in the fall that will invite not only our special education paraprofessionals, but all of our general education paraprofessionals to an academy to learn how to strengthen our supports for students and do exactly what you just described. Right now, our principals are Sarah has communicated the learning sessions that'll be available, and our principals are thinking about the paras on their campus and intentionally planning for the specific needs that each paraprofessional will need based on the role that they serve in. So, yes, we have. It continues to be an area that we need to get stronger, and we are deeply involved in intentional planning for those individuals as we speak.
Thank you, Sarah, for all the work your team does.
Anyone else? Gabby, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great work.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 6C, Goal 5 report, Schoology program evaluation. Dr. Golan?
Yes, so Melissa Lafferty is going to come to the podium. So she, along with support from Frank Murray and Shad on our technology team, and some with teaching and learning as well, have been conducting another program evaluation, this time specifically looking at Schoology, which is a learning management system. And so Melissa's going to walk us through that process.
I want to make sure I have Frank and Tracy and maybe some Anna Fitzsimmons for moral support. Learning management systems is not my area of expertise, but I did learn a lot from this process. And so tonight, let me go ahead and start advancing my slides. So tonight, we're here to report on the findings and recommendations of our Schoology program evaluation. And the purpose for our evaluation was to determine, does Schoology provide the best value as a learning management system in alignment with our values and our goals. The goal we were trying to achieve initially was to try to streamline our learning management, the use of our learning management systems to maximize resources. For those of you that may not know what a learning management system is, which is how I started out, it's an online tool that is a supplemental resource that supports the learning in the classroom. So a learning management system provides access to curriculum and learning content. It allows teachers and students to upload assignments and teachers to get feedback on student work. It provides two-way communication between teachers and students, or teachers and parents, or vice versa, students to teachers. Teachers are able to administer assessments, and there's lots of analytical data that they're able to pull down out of these systems to monitor student progress. In addition, it also reinforces teacher collaboration and allows those teachers to share resources with one another. Currently, we use 3 different learning management systems, as you will see in the slide presentation: Schoology, Google Classroom, and Seesaw at the K through 2nd grade level for Seesaw. Now I think we're under contract for 1 more year, correct, Frank, with Schoology. And so this next school year, we're anticipating a cost of $51,356 to finish out that contract with Schoology. And so with that, we used a lot of usage analytics. Frank pulled a lot of data in usage rates at the secondary and the elementary levels. And as you can see from this slide, at the secondary level, Schoology is heavily used at secondary, with a campus usage rate of approximately 97% across all campuses. And you can also see we're all over the board as far as a learning management system usage. There's also usage at the Google Classroom. Frank, if you want to talk about the variation between the two, go ahead.
There's remote LMS, and they both have different features. They both have, they still a little different amount of assessments this way and assessments this way, but they both still have assessments. They still give assignments to both of them, which you make assignments back. There's different features.
At the elementary level, on the other hand, Google Classroom is the primary learning management system used, with an average campus usage rate of about 25% for Schoology. Now you can see it also intersects with Seesaw with the K through 2 level, which kind of skews that usage data for Google Classroom in comparison to the secondary level. We have determined that a usage rate of less than 60% is an inefficient use of our resources. And so with that being said, that multiple use of learning management systems is creating some inconsistencies and hinders a unified learning experience across all the different grade levels. Back in December, we sent out surveys to both the secondary and elementary levels. And the first survey was sent out to both teachers and students at the secondary level to get their overall satisfaction in their experience with the learning management systems, Google Classroom and Schoology, primarily in the areas of easy navigation, visual appeal. Does it enhance the learning and its integration with other applications? As you can see from the data, there's somewhat of a disconnect between student preferences and the teacher preferences. Then a second survey was sent to the elementary teachers to get their feedback on the different learning management systems. While Schoology at the elementary level is appreciated for its organizational tools in the form of folders and its robust analytics and assessments, it's considered to be too robust and not appropriate for the for the elementary students. We also made sure that we included our principals in this evaluation, and we shared all of our data with all of our elementary principals. And you can see that we say 11 of the 12 principals completed the feedback. The only one that's not included here is going to be Sheila at Bex, since they don't really use a learning management system at that level. So 11 of the 11 principals did respond back to us. And all of them chose to standardize on Google Classroom. Number one, it's cost effective. Number two, it's already widely used at that level. And it's also considered user-friendly for those students. Our plan would be to provide a comprehensive training prior to any type of implementation for the teachers in regards to Google Classroom. We'd also allocate dedicated time for the material transfer from Schoology to Google Classroom and then new learning in the system. Make sure there's plenty of time to get that in. And continue to provide robust tech support throughout the entire process. For secondary, we shared the data with those principals. 7 of the 8 were open to standardizing to Google Classroom. However, that's not going to be the recommendation at this time. Most of the campuses are open to piloting Google Classroom for at least a year or two. And so with that, we would start piloting at the secondary level. We would continue to collect data and make sure that we get representation from teachers and students at the secondary level and get their feedback throughout the entire pilot process. We will continue to collect that data, get their feedback, and then in order for us to make the next decisions on what our secondary learning management system steps would be. We also interviewed what we call power users, those staff that we consider power users of Schoology. They provided us with insightful information on best practices and the use of Schoology, but they also highlighted areas that we need improvement in order to strengthen Schoology's capabilities and maximize it to its fullest potential. So with that being said, we are recommending that we start transitioning all elementary campuses to Google Classroom, since they're already primarily using it anyways. For the secondary level, we would begin implementing a pilot of Google Classroom. And from there, we would make sure that we're including teachers and students in that process and getting their feedback on that use. And then we would pull that data probably in the fall and start looking at what our next steps would be as far as determining what our learning management system would be for the secondary level. Regardless of the learning management system used, we would continue professional development for all teachers throughout the entire year to maximize our use of our learning management systems. All right, with that, we'll take questions.
Any questions for Melissa? I have a few questions. So just so I can understand exactly what you're saying, is we would do away from Schoology this August, is that correct?
We would start moving in the summer, I believe, for
Okay.
the
And so we'd
elementary level.
begin Google Classroom in August when the school year starting the pilot then, correct? Okay. So if we're piloting, are we also making the decision fully at the same time to move forward? I'm just a little confused there.
No, we're just going to collect data from from the pilots. And this would be a longer runway for the secondary level.
Okay.
So no sudden change to shift over to Google Classroom for secondary level.
And just an observation too, since you're going to do a pilot and collect data, it would probably answer any question here, but just looking at the usage, if you go back to one of the first slides with, other way, the secondary usage, right there, yeah. Just looking at the usage at our north campuses that feed into Lake, and then our south, middle, BMS, and BHS have the lowest usage rate of Google Classroom moving over. I'm just curious what that would look like for the implementation of students at Belton High School versus Lake. And I don't know if you can answer that tonight, but it's just an observation.
So each administrator from each campus is letting us know what group would like to pilot. Right now, one of the reasons this came up is we were actually using 4 LMSs because New Tech was using campus. New Tech is moving over to Google Classroom next year. They decided to do that. We train their teachers to do that. If we pilot it, we can ask the right questions because we know the teachers are using it heavily. When it's all over the place, we really don't get, even from that survey, they might use Google Classroom 4 years ago. What's changed a lot in 4 years? So what are the new features? How's it differentiate instruction? How's it adapt to student learning? So that's what we're trying to get, a true pilot where we can ask those questions to make that data-driven decision.
Chris?
Yeah, I have it all kind of wonders about this chart too. Yeah, so I'm not going to ask them all. I'll just ask one maybe about the chart. So when I look at LBHS as an example, right, and I see both are being used at high volume. So does that mean there are classes that are using both?
So what that high volume is the students that use both platforms this year.
Okay,
So at Lake Belton High School, they did a pilot with their CTE
right.
team last year,
Yep.
this year, this
Yep.
current year, which is going to touch most of the students there.
Okay.
That's why their usage is so high. Now, one that does not look right to us is Lake Belton Middle School, because they are a huge proponent of Schoology. But as we talk to teachers, they might have been using a piece of Google Classroom. Google Classroom has interactive videos in that. You can put a YouTube video there, you can ask questions, make sure students understand the content. You're getting feedback from that video before you ever teach the lesson. So they are using aspects of it, just maybe not as complete elements.
Yeah, so as we look, maybe we know some of this and maybe we need to wait for some of this for the pilot, right? But I'd be interested in understanding if we do go with Google Classroom, what is it about Schoology that we're not going to get with Google Classroom, and how are we going to fill, do we need to fill that need, right? And if so, how are we going to fill that need, right?
We have a document we can share with you, the features of Schoology and the features of Classroom and how they overlap. So this is
Okay.
how Schoology does it, this is how Google Classroom does it.
Okay, so for the elementary level, is that moved to Google Classroom next year? So do we already have that for Seesaw, right? And so we already know, like, what is it, and we've got a good plan in place to cover whatever we think Seesaw brought to the table?
Yeah, well, right now, we're not suggesting any movement from Seesaw currently. We're just showing it for just.
Okay, so the full elementary transition would still be
Google
potentially a
Class-
year away?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then, I hate to ask this question, but especially since I'm a parent of a couple kids here, do I have access to Google Classroom as a parent?
One thing that happened with Google Classroom this time is we didn't really have a true pilot this year. We just had teachers using it all over the place. We didn't load up parent email addresses into it to get their email to sign up for daily or weekly summaries.
Okay.
Because we didn't want, as that pilot was happening, we didn't want every parent in the district to get this email.
Yeah.
Hey, sign up. And like, oh, what is this? So we did have some classes use it, which teachers could add those parent email addresses to it to send that invite.
All right, so I don't feel so bad now. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, that takes us to item 6D. Dr. Golden, you're up.
Yes, and just want to say thank you, Melissa, and thank you to the team on looking at it. LMSs is a really hard conversation to have because it's like the battle between those who like Apple and those who like a PC. And so part of the challenge also that they didn't necessarily speak to is there at the secondary level, teachers have worked to build a lot of content in Schoology. To make a migration to a new LMS, it's a lot of heavy lifting, as well as I think a lot of them like the assessment feature of it, that we would have to look at how would we close the gap on some of the resources in Google Classroom in order to do that. And so there's a lot of work that would need to go into making that transition. Seesaw at elementary school level is really considered a favorable one often by your primary teachers, often your kindergarten, your first, your second, because parents can interact with their work, they can interact with it. It's just a little bit more user-friendly for younger students, whereas, Google Classroom for your, second, third, fourth graders, that it tends to feel more like a normal, what you consider like assignments are created in it. You can do grading in it, right? You can give feedback in it. And so just know this is a very passionate topic. It's one that's come up in listening sessions. And again, I get feedback both directions depending on which one you prefer. And so, we will be saving some dollar amounts by moving away from Schoology at elementary is my understanding, but we'll still be paying for Schoology at the secondary level while we try to uncomplicate a very complicated LMS landscape. So I just want to say thank you. I know y'all put a lot of work into surveying and asking questions and getting student feedback, so just want to say thank y'all. Okay, I'm going to jump into superintendent report, and we had the amazing pleasure of seeing our students that participated in Shrek Junior, our Penguin project, do our student showcase tonight. I know many of y'all had the opportunity to go and see the Penguin Project. It was incredible. You see several of the stars on stage here. It was incredible, and I wanted to use this one particularly. We always start with vision, and our vision is around each and every. And we know that there are times we're not hitting the mark in that. This is a vision we aspire towards and want to continue to get better and better at this. And I do think Penguin Project is a beautiful example of when we think about programming for our students, we have to think about each and every one of our students. The other thing I'll say about our special education program, Miss Maroney, she's at Lake Belton High School. She is one of the founders of Buckles and Beans. They had the opportunity, and I'll make sure I get it to y'all if y'all don't have it, but on Spotify there's a podcast that is really focused on elevating the conversation and really celebrating our children with different abilities across the state of Texas, and they were recently featured. And so I'll share that with you. I had the opportunity to listen to the entire thing, and our students are on the podcast, our staff. They asked incredible questions. I'm super proud of them. So empowering futures, inspiring dreams and empowering futures is what we are about and what we're striving to do. And so you see a variety of pictures. We probably put way too many on one slide, but I'm going to start on the far left-hand side. Incredibly proud of Dr. Spearman and her team. We recently hosted our annual Student Safety Summit. This is not something that we're mandated to do. This is something that is incredibly important in Belton ISD to really hear the voices of our students. They are on safety teams on their campuses. They came to the table with us recently to explore various safety topics that they are interested in and wanting to have voice in those processes getting better. I will tell you, when Bex walked into the room, the students from Bex, everybody went wild because, yes, even our students from Bex were represented at this safety summit, and I was incredibly proud of our students for their thoughtful feedback that they gave us. As we move towards the right, we have students that are going to Washington, D.C. They are students that advance to the national level in history, for History Day and History Fair. I will tell you what made this experience very special is they had to get up and they had to give their presentations to a room full of adults. And as I listened to the questions that were asked of the children, I will tell you, the adults didn't hold back. Like, they were hard questions, very well thought out. Our students did a great job fielding the questions. They know their content well. They've done a great job of really researching it. So I'm super proud and can't wait to see how our students do in Washington. Over to the right, you see one of our experiences for students that have GT services in our district. They had to come together as a team, collaborate, and create boats that had to float and make it across our natatorium. And I have a feeling if some of us had created that, no offense, mine would have probably tanked. But they did such a good job, and it's fun to watch them collaborate and come up with their creative designs for keeping their boats afloat. And of course, you know what the image is on the far right. We had incredible robotics teams. Our robotics program is in its infancy. It has only been around for the last year and a half, 2 years. And in that short of time, for students to make it to Worlds was unbelievable. We got to watch some of this. They were with students that did not speak English, because this is, even though it was held in Dallas, I really was disappointed. I thought maybe they were going to go to France. I don't know, something cool. Dallas is cool. But they were paired up with students that they did not all speak the same languages, and they had to figure out how to collaborate and communicate and work together. It was incredible. You also see on the bottom left side, that's our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We recognized them this evening. These individuals were so thoughtful this year in identifying topics of most concern to them. As y'all know, last year's students are the reason why we are pursuing Hope Squad. This group of students only further underscored the importance of that, and I'm incredibly proud of their work. Continuing to move to the right, we have an incredible Skills USA program. What you see here are some of our students that we were one of, I think, only four, I'm looking, districts in the nation that did signings at Lowe's. And Lowe's did a great job. It was pouring down rain, torrential storm in the middle of all of that, but we pulled it off. And our students did their signings, and we have future seniors in this photo also that are going to continue down this great road, and I suspect we'll be signing in the future. Many of these students signed for colleges. They signed because they have industry-based certifications. They are highly skilled, and many of them have already secured high-paying jobs. And their teacher is to the right in that image, Mr. Carrillo, and I will tell you the most fabulous part, I will say, of this whole event wasn't just that our students were signing and getting incredible opportunities, but it was how they spoke to a teacher who impacted their lives, who has changed them as young men. And it just is the power of a teacher to make a difference in the lives of students. And so super proud of that. Also, and all of this, y'all, has been since our last board meeting. There's a lot happening. So you see to the far left, our students. I'm incredibly proud of the growing partnership with Southwest Elementary School, South Belton Middle School, leading into Belton High School. And that's with our partnership with Baylor Scott and White Health, as well as Baylor College of Medicine residents coming in and helping our students. And now we have middle school students going down into the elementary school level, helping lead our elementary school students through amazing experiences. I think we're going to have lots of doctors, nurses, lab technicians, interpreters in the field of medicine because of all of this work, and Southwest couldn't be more thrilled to have this, and that's thanks to, you talk about building partnerships, the work that Gabby and her team are doing. You also see our Big Red Heart show. You heard tonight, we recognize lots of students for their amazing abilities in artwork. This is just a little bit of the display that was at the Harris Community Center recently. And then you see our Old Glory Days. So I won't steal some of the thunder, but I might have seen some board members dressed up and doing amazing things with kids at Lakewood Elementary School for their Old Glories event. And then the far right, I had the opportunity to run over here. This was held at the Pittenger Center, and we have the most amazing students at Bex Elementary School. This was their Cinco de Mayo performance. I will tell you, I don't think there was a single seat in this auditorium that was not filled. Parents were excited. The kids did such a great job, and I'm so proud of them and our entire Bex team. And then just have to brag on some staff real quickly. And so you see on the far left, we did some recognitions of our bus drivers recently at a luncheon we had with them. We have bus drivers that have had perfect attendance. We're incredibly proud of that. We have bus drivers that have been in Belton ISD and been a part of our team for over 15 plus years. They love Belton, love being a part of the team, and we love them. Many of y'all were at our Teacher of the Year recognitions, and you see on the far right-hand side, Todd's handing one of those to one of our Teachers of the Year. And I believe we're naming our Elementary Teacher of the Year and Secondary Teacher of the Year tomorrow. Tomorrow, Christine's helping me. Thank you, Christine. So super excited to be making those announcements. And then you also see our end of the year recognitions, and these are individuals with 35 years of experience, as well as some of our retirees. We were still trying to talk some of them out of retiring as they were walking up to get their picture taken. And so just am incredibly proud. I know I mentioned it with our parents here. Tonight was just one small example of the recognitions that have happened every single month at our board meeting. And again, while we know that there are always areas for us to improve, and we will continue to pursue those areas of improvement, we're also incredibly proud of the accomplishments of our students and our staff. And so with that, I'll open it up to any questions or turn it over to the board.
Any questions for Dr. Goldman?
No.
Okay, that takes
Thank
us to item 6E. Thank you, ma'am. Board highlights. Anyone wish to share some of the prominent highlights for this month? Rucker?
I'll show two. I'm sure a lot of us will share about the Penguin project, but it was, as it always is, it's just amazing. And just to see the kids at the end celebrating what they've worked so hard to do, and then all the parents and the community. That auditorium was packed. I went the first night. It was just amazing. So I won't say much more because I know what others want to say. The Teacher of the Year banquet was really, really cool. I'd never been to that before. But what was really impactful for me was the week. When was that? Last Thursday?
Last week.
Yeah.
Last week.
Okay. So since that time, I guess about a week ago, I've had 3 different parents come up to me and said, oh, I saw so-and-so get Teacher of the Year. I saw you in a picture with one of the teachers. And they just went on and on and on about their teacher. And they loved this teacher at their school, at Tarver and at Leon Heights and at BMS and on and on. And it just underscores just the amazing teachers that we have, not just in those campuses that I heard from, but all the teachers are doing such a great job. So thank you to all our teachers.
Erin?
Yeah, I had to narrow it down. A lot has happened in the last month, which I know a lot of great things happened just in we cram it all into like the last few weeks of school. One I went to was the Superintendent Student Advisory. They had a presentation. They were given a project where a team from New Tech, Belton High School, and Lake Belton High School, they focused on counseling services at each of their schools. They surveyed, they collected data, and then they gave presentations, and the audience were their principals, their counselors, and they got to present to them just their findings about what's going well, what are some ways we could improve. And I was blown away. I learned so much from them. And then for the principals and the counselors, first of all, they did it in such a respectful way. I was just blown away by that, because some of the things were some real areas that could be potentially improved upon. But the principals and counselors just took it so well and had great questions. I think it sounded like there was some collaboration going on, of some sharing of ideas, and so that was really interesting. I learned so much. So fifth grade across the district did a Little Tigers relay, not Little Red, sorry, Little Red relays. And I have to give a big shout out to our elementary PE teachers. Wow, 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 wow. Yes, I have a fifth grader, so I did, but I love track, so I would have gone anyway, even if I didn't have a fifth grader. We also learned she's very fast.
Who dominated, by the way.
We also learned that she was fast. We had no idea. But for anybody that goes to track meets, they either run really well and on time and organized, or they're long. And I'll tell you what, these elementary teachers, they were in and out in 3 hours. They ran this thing so well. It just from having, background experience and going to track meets, but I just thought, wow, they haven't done this. It's my understanding this is the first time, or it used to happen.
I think it used to happen,
Okay.
and they partnered with high school coaches, athletics department, like they really worked hard to run a good.
Because I ran into
session.
Becky from Pirtle, and she was telling me about the work that they've done pretty much all year to make this happen. So super amazed by that. I hope that becomes a tradition. And so even though I don't have a daughter, I will attend that track meet. And then the last one I'll share, where'd it go? I went to, if y'all remember a couple of months ago, Denise Ayers was talking about bringing in the healthcare CTE to our elementaries, kind of bringing it across campuses. And so I went to South Belton Middle School last week, and they had students from Belton High School, from the healthcare track program over there. They had the South Belton Middle School students who were kind of their ambassadors, and then they had some elementary students from Southwest. And it was just such a great experience for kids to learn about all the different healthcare heroes, not just your doctors and nurses, but your pharmacists, your radiologist tech, your, I'm blanking, I wrote down a bunch of them that they did. And then the kids got to go through rotations and learn about what does a pharmacist do? What does a lab tech do? What does a physical therapist do? And it was just such a cool event that she put on. And then I got to talk with a senior, and I wrote her name down because I talked with her. Her name is Callie from Belton High School. She is graduating next week as certified as a medic, a PCT, which is a patient care tech. I think I said that right. And she's certified in EKG. I was just blown away at her knowledge. And so just proud of just that whole little program that Denise did. I know she's not here, but I just loved seeing our elementary, middle school, and high school come together. And it was just a really neat experience. So,
Thank you, Erin. Anyone else? Chris?
No mention of Shrek? Okay, all right. A couple things. So started off the month, I think, at the Stampede banquet. So Dr. Golden came along to experience what I think is the largest single student body activity that we have across the district. So a little over 10% of our students at Lake Belton High School are actually part of the Stampede. So that's a monster event to pull that off. And while they're graduating 50 seniors, they're adding 100 kids. So it's going to just continue to grow. So that was quite a spectacle. Also, maybe the third annual spring swing occurred at Lake Belton High School, but it was a celebration of all of the feeders going into Lake Belton High School from a jazz perspective. And so North Belton Middle School, Lake Belton Middle School, and Lake Belton High School all performed out back behind the Commons. It's sort of the block wall that's back there. It was just an awesome community event, right? They pull food trucks out there, and people are bringing their chairs and blankets and setting up and watching some great jazz music. Shrek was awesome. Oh my gosh, I can't say enough for the Penguin Project. And then I have to thank my wife and Mrs. Combest for volunteering me to take on the role of Uncle Sam at the Lakewood Elementary, the Lakewood Elementary Old Glory Day celebration. I got to tell you, it was pretty awesome. I'm not sure. I didn't know what they had got me into. I'm going to be honest with you. And but it was a pretty awesome event. You know, it was, the All Glory Day is all about celebrating those who serve our nation. You know, and most often, really you're thinking about the armed forces, right? Every branch of the armed forces. We had a Lakewood spouse who serves in the Army, actually is the keynote speaker to kind of kick everything off. He got all the kids fired up. We heard some great patriotic music from the honor choir, but then also some of the classes that were there. Then kind of did a parade, a patriotic parade around the parking lot, and their adopted unit partner was there, and so Uncle Sam got to march with the unit that was there. It was pretty awesome. Then moved inside to rotations to different stations, and so each of the historical characters got a station. So I guess the library was mine, and I got to entertain 4 classes of kindergartners. No, 2 classes at the same time. So I did 2 rotations of 2 classes each, for half an hour to really get them to learn about Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam's roots, what Uncle Sam represents. Read a story about Uncle Sam to the group, fielded questions. Answers were very interesting. It was really a great event. And I did PT. I participated in a relay race with the Army unit that was there doing PT with the 5th graders. So it was just crazy all the way around. But it was an awesome event, and it's really, I would say, one of the hallmark events for that campus. And then one item kind of looking ahead, and it's relevant, even though it's a look ahead, but I think it's relevant to some of the conversation we had earlier today. So I'm going to be hosting, in my paying job, I'm going to be hosting the AP Computer Science students from across the district at my office next Monday, for a field trip to an employer. And so they're going to spend about maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours with us. They're going to eat lunch with us. And we're going to learn about what life in the IT consulting industry is really like. And so it was a great example of sort of opportunities for partnership, right, that we need to put our students with. And so we've got panel discussions set up with folks from across our business that they'll get to hear from. I'll give a presentation of what the sort of the company and the industry is all about. So I'm really looking forward to what that presentation or what that experience is going to look like for those kids. So that's it.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Chris, I've known you a while, and I think it doesn't take just a whole lot of convincing for you to dress in character and put on a show. You didn't have to be volunteered. I'm sure you loved every second of that. I went to the art show, walked around for a good while in there through every room, every hallway of Harris. You talk about talent and the fact that it's from little ones all the way to our seniors, and it's most of our campuses represented. I was getting a little information on who still doesn't have art, and maybe hopefully in the future we can get that at every campus. But my goodness, the talent and the fact that they allow for different modalities of art expression, and it's just delightful that we have all this health science and all the things, and then we explore every area, fine arts and every possible area to entertain children, to grow their minds in an engaging way. I'm so proud of us.
Thank you, Janet. Jeff, anything? Okay.
Ditto.
I do want to add one thing about the Teacher of the Year awards. Who was it? Rucker, was just you and I there? You were there too, right? Yeah. One of the most touching things for me was Jennifer read why I became a teacher. Was that the question, right? Or that was the theme about it? Those were some of the most incredible expressions of passion that I've ever heard. I hadn't heard that before in other awards. I don't think that was been shared before. I was telling Dr. Golden that, gosh, I think it would be a good idea for us to share some of those things. Don't necessarily share the name of the teacher, but those words that they wrote really pulled at your heartstrings. Wasn't that? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the most incredible thing about that. Dr. Golden and I went to Belton High School and visited Belton High School, and you're a pretty good shot. The ROTC students were shooting targets, and Dr. Golden got up there, and you almost hit a bullseye, right?
I'm a really good shot,
Yeah,
and I had very much beginner's luck.
yeah.
But I
Well,
have
I
it
don't
now.
know.
I don't know.
That
I'm keeping
Marine,
it.
that Marine was instructing you what to do, right? So the other thing that was interesting about that visit to Belton High School was when we walked into the A&P lab, Dr. Golden went nuts over the dissection of a pig. So you were over there identifying organs and all kinds of stuff, right?
I got all of them except I think I missed the pancreas.
So we did that. We did some other things. We toured Southwest Elementary and then Belton Middle School. Lots of great things going on there. Kids doing the robotic stuff even early in elementary school. So anyway, I won't belabor that too much, just to say that a lot of great things going on around the district as usual. That takes us to our consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull an item off the consent agenda for discussion? No? Okay, so let's entertain a motion. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Mr. Norwood? Do I have a second? Mr. Preston, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes 7-0. We're moving on to public comments on non-agenda items. Becca, do we have anyone signed up? Okay. That takes us to item 9, closed session, Texas Government Code chapters, subchapters D and E. The time is now 8:53 p.m. And the board will now go into closed session for A student disciplinary matter, Texas Government Code Section 551.082, personnel, Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consultation with attorney, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, and D, deliberate the appointment and duties of public officers, Texas Government Code Section 551.074. The time is 10:25 PM, and the board will now reconvene in open session. Go into action items. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding reorganization of Board of Trustees. If someone will make a motion. Ms. Lee?
I'd like to make a motion that we continue with the same slate of officers that we have currently.
All right. Mr. Norwood seconds that. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that takes care of item 11A. 11B, consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding appointment of board committees. According to our board operating procedures, board president has the authority to make those appointments, and those appointments will be made after tonight's meeting. Moving to item 11C, consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding trustee resignation. Can we, for just a moment here, open that up for discussion? Anyone like to say?
Yes, from the moment I took my oath of office till this day, I have never been anything but unbelievably grateful. And it's, you know, I've served with 4 other board members that are not here, that have come before you. And I appreciated them. I appreciated learning under them as well. I've served with 3.5 superintendents in my time. I hate to say half, Robin was awesome. But I've just learned so much. I've grown so much as a person, and I would not have traded this experience for anything in all my days. I'm here because I had 2 very good friends call me up and say, hey, Amanda Winkler isn't going to file. You should run. And we were out of town at the time, and I told my husband, well, they said there's a vacancy. What do you think? And he goes, we'll drive you to the admin on the way home and pick up a packet. And so not only have I had the support of you guys, but I've also had the support of a loving husband and family all through this. And you guys have been just such a blessing, and I hope that that will continue in my absence. I love y'all. I'm so grateful, so grateful.
Anyone else? All right, Aaron?
I admire you deeply. Deeply as it doesn't even describe how much. Truly, it just admire you, trust you, your wisdom and judgment through the last 4 years since I've been on. I feel like I have grown as a board member because of just your leadership on the board. And so I'm just super thankful for you, and even thankful to call you a friend too, outside of being a trustee. I'm just as excited about to be able to call you a friend, and I know that we're sad but we know that we respect your decision. But the thing about you, Janet Lee, is you're not going anywhere. You are so invested in this community, so invested, and I'm kind of excited to see what you're going to do next. And so I know that may take time, I don't know, but I look forward to seeing what you're going to do next to serve our community, because that's who you are, you have a servant heart through and through. So I just love and appreciate you.
I'll just say there's never going to be another Janet Lee, no one like you. I think this community is so grateful for your service for 8 years. I know I am for 2, just being here, for being Tigo, and loving this community as well.
Class of '89.
Class of '89. I think your faith and emanating Jesus in your service here has been evident. And that's all I can thank you for the most.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Chris?
I'm glad you mentioned Class of '89, because I was going to do it if you didn't. The Class of '89 is officially retired. I got to say, I'm so thankful to you for my journey with the board and me being able to come on sort of at the time that I did, and the mentoring that you were able to provide for me and the perspective that you were able to provide for me, just to help me grow the bigger picture faster and faster. You helped me with that immensely. From the time, sitting up here at the dais next to each other, from the times at the conferences, to the times, at campus events, you just, while we may not have had a specific one-on-one, like, instructor-mentor, interaction right then and there, I was still learning so much from you in those interactions. And so I'm so thankful that you're here. Your name is on many schools, so you will never get away from us. And I hope you relish the time that you've got, with your newest title, Grandma, and really enjoy the babies. So you're always welcome.
Now I get to talk.
Jeff?
I'm not going to cry. Well, I just have to thank, I can't believe it's only been 8 years, because I didn't know Janet at all when she got on the board. In that time, she taught me a lot about Belton ISD. I know where her locker was in this old building over here, because she pointed it out a million times. But I think, and I've learned in the last year so much from Janet, but I think the main thing was when I was president. And those were bad times. We really had some bad times. And Janet was one of the people that called me and talked to me and stood by me when people were coming after me. So, I'm going to miss you.
Riley, anything that you would like to share? I know it's your first night.
Sometimes life calls for a pivot. And that's what I was hearing from Janet. I wish I would have had the opportunity to serve with her. But there's a greater plan, and I think she's listening to that, and I wish her the best.
Give me a second here. It's definitely been an honor to serve with Janet. It's been a privilege as well. First met Janet when I was on the beef board. And then I saw her again when I spoke to the top 3%, I guess. Was it top 5% or 3%? I saw Janet there at that gathering. People are put in our pathways for a reason. And as I think about what's transpired over the last several years, you taught me a lot about not only the function of this body, but just about life itself. I shared with my wife, after we got your letter of resignation, how much I've learned from you. Even somebody at my age, you've taught me so many things about life, especially how to handle adversity. You and your husband, David, are some remarkable people. You know, that the public doesn't see and doesn't know about. But the things that I've learned from you and just watching you handle adversity is something that I'll take for the rest of my life. So I appreciate that. And looking forward to seeing you after this board situation ends, and just getting to know you and David even more so. So thank you for everything that you've done for me. And this district has been also privileged by having you on this board. And people just don't realize that, how much you have given without wanting anything back. No agenda, you just did it because you care about the community. So if all trustees were that way, man, things would function really good, wouldn't they? So thank you for that. And sorry about the emotion. I didn't mean to get that way. I just, it's kind of a difficult situation, I think, for all of us. So, okay. Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more. I just want to thank you for your trust in me, the kindness that you have shown me and my husband. You've made us both feel welcome, and I feel like you have modeled strength, you have modeled kindness, you have modeled using a platform for good and building people up and building the school district up. I've valued your feedback and your honest feedback. It's not like you love everything. None of us do, or we wouldn't be in this business to make it better every day for students, but you used your platform for good. And I know all of the things you do to volunteer outside of being a volunteer board member. And I just think you model strength and you model being a good human. And I thank you for that. And I thank you for trusting me in doing this job.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Okay, moving on to item 11C. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding trustee resignation. Is there a motion to accept the resignation of board member Janet Lee, trustee at large?
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion that we reject Janet Lee's resignation.
I think I'll second that.
You're on policy
But
with me, and you can't do that.
Since we don't have that power vested in us, I make a motion that we accept Janet Lee's resignation from the Board of Trustees.
And Mr. Norwood is a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes 6-0. Okay, item 11D, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding filling trustee vacancy. Do we have a motion?
Board President, I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Brandon Bozon to fill the vacancy created by Trustee Lee's resignation and to serve in that position until the next general election of the board in May of 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Do we have a second? Mr. Norwood? Any discussion on this issue from anyone? Any comments?
I just would like to comment, this was a recommendation made. As I stated in our meeting, I've been involved in this 3 times. We've done it 2 different ways. I do think it's important, and we will work with communications to get the message out as to the reasoning why the board chose this course of action. One, to expedite the process because we have some very hard issues coming up facing Belton ISD. Also, financial implications of running a special election right now, cost of $50,000 to $60,000 that, quite frankly, the district doesn't have to spend. Also pointing out, again, we'll work with communications to get all this out, that this is by the bylaws of our board, this is an appointment for 1 year till the next May election, in which case whoever's appointed will, have to stand on their own election.
Anyone else? Chris?
Brandon, I'm assuming that this vote passes. Brandon, I'm really excited about you, potentially joining the board. I think, as Jeff said, I think we're in very interesting times. And if you take a look at the skill sets that are going to be needed to kind of help us through what those times are, what you bring from a board service in general perspective, serving on other boards, what you bring from a public finance perspective in some of your prior roles. Those are two skills that are sorely needed for us in the time that we are in right now. And so I really think this is a great fit to add to the team of 8 and a skill set that'll plug in and help us get through the next year and maybe beyond.
And I just want to say for the record, I agree with all that. You've got a tremendous skill set. You are incredibly educated in areas that this board really needs. So your skill set is going to do nothing but improve our service to this district. So, all right, with all that said, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Did we get a second?
We have a second?
We have a second?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
That passes 6-0. Okay, all action items, reports, and consent items for this meeting have been addressed. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:43 p.m.